Can't you just play this with the trial characters? Hold up. What do you even give these trial characters? 55? Oh, level 40. Yikes. Let's see if we can do this with a trial. Did we get a trial elf? Alun is basically F2PL. We could do 2-star Fushi. Let's go! Down, 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 down.
之水，堪可结云。要与子弹约会吗？表现完美，送你一点惊喜。别心急嘛，逃不掉哦。抓到你了！别心急嘛，感受剑心之道吧。去。轻而易举，3尺之水，堪可结云。期待已久，我也是哦。支援完成，啦啦啦，嗨，抓到你了！别心急，星星划过的时候。要记得许愿啊！有破绽哦，打不着哦！哈，梦幻的共演哦！致以无暇的时代。这里，抓到你了！接下来，本姑娘去。3尺之水，堪可结云。期待已久，我也是哦。与我共舞逃不掉哦，别心急嘛。抓到你了，安可来了，别心急嘛。抓到你了。以心为鞘，以养利剑。找到你了，来了，上头。要与子弹约会吗？要换人吗？别心急，我的心意要好好收下哦。
Not so bad if you don't have this character. You could just use the trial character. Reaper, you're on some trolling. You're on something else, man. You just use the trial character. It's not that bad.
开场吧，到我尽兴为止哦。就在那里。呀吼！别！走你！该结束了，逃跑环节到此结束。啊，还没完呢！约我共舞，想去哪儿呀？不从引证，其色
Man,
我
these
迷。
Padrinos look badass.
到此为止，别叫我失望哦，小瘸子。司令部大人，让我尽管吩咐。感觉如何呀？还没完呢，咬紧牙关。到此为止。将共舞享乐，处死方休。给我退下！还没完呢，跪下！到此为止，到此为止，时间到了，爆炸！就让这道光烧尽一切。空中接力！呼呼！一群奔涌吧，星辰的铁流！该结束了，轮到我了，向我低头吧，过来！呀！呀！声势有余，品味，别叫我失望哦，小瘸子。司令部大人，尽管为止。共舞享乐，处死方休。给我退下！挣扎！呀！哦，小鬼，妖精的魔法。
Fine.
庄园，抵达战场。舰长，请传送下一行动坐标。感受剑心之道吧。接下来，3尺之水，堪可劫云。瞄准你的心脏哦。救护指令已收到，重装小兔 ，Ride on。Ride on。有破绽。请领教太虚之韵。是。3尺之水，堪可劫云。青儿要与子弹约会吗？支援完成，突破战场。撒呀，撒呀，安可来了，目标锁定，全武装展开。是时候露出真本事了。3尺之水，堪可劫云。
White blouses. It is, isn't it? She's a Cecilia stan.
要换人吗？任务指令已收到。发呀！发呀！感受剑心之道吧。以心为鞘，以养利剑。期待已久，我也是哦。支援完成。突破战场，重装小兔 ，Ride on。Ride on。系统警告，战局危险指数升高。闪亮登场。交给我吧。三尺之水，堪可结云。期待已久，我也是哦。要换人吗？任务指令已收到。发呀
Switch engine drive. Shift up. 1, 2, 3.
I think in this one you just use the Trial of Thelema. And that gets you like 20k. Clara not washed? Good, because I've been building my Clara. I've been farming trace mats for Clara this whole time. I'm excited. Okay, I have to go back and fight this again. Yeah, we'll play that tonight too. I don't have work tomorrow because I took the day off to go to a concert. Wow, look at that! So much damage! That was almost too easy. Combo zone! I'll give you a combo, oh my gosh. I think I'm just gonna keep using this, because if I switch this out, I'm gonna keep running in that issue where, like, when we use HTR, we're gonna forget to put our gear back on. Cause a lot of problems.
时间，立场展开，感受剑心之道吧。去，接下来3尺之水，坎坷结云。啊，到我了！哈哈！罐头，你该减肥了！自由开火，立场展开。0019，全武装展开，目标静默。是时候露出真本事了。3尺之水，坎坷结云。啊，罐头，看他！上，罐头！小心，天上要掉猫喽！自由开火，立场展开。0019，全武装展开，目标静默。来个炸弹！罐头，你该减肥了！去！3尺之水，坎坷结云。自由开火，立场展开。0019，全武装展开，目标静默。啊，去吧，罐头，砸扁他们！别罐头，看他！踩！感受剑心之道，以心为鞘，以养利剑。自由开火，立场展开。
过来，面对你的终局。
是时候露出真本事了。
少带劲吧！
去，接下来3尺之水，坎坷结云。啊，到我了！去！嘿，自由开火，立场展开。0019。
Uh-oh, I don't have a purple PDM.
正我的怒火！
Hey, not bad. We still have to do all the Mirage stuff too for chapter part 2. Are we using Luna? It's Luna time. Oh wait, I forgot to put
让我来吗？
gear back on
我听
Eden.
你的。
I wonder if they can make Honkai 3rd last for 20 years. Wouldn't that be crazy? Like Honkai 3rd gets to World of Warcraft levels of support from the devs.
我听你的。从地下完成，中招小兔 ，A 级部署。
返场时间，这便是你的安魂之曲。
重构武装，启用手动驾驶，以真理之名，超越往昔。别想逃！给我消失！离那个人远一点！我会亲手 开辟我们的幸福。从地下区域警戒，动态
Completely prepared。重登舞台，激昂的乐章，演出要开始了。
从地下完成，激发保险，立即解除。你见过星星粉碎的样子吗？血还血，化为灰烬。从我眼前消失。
星光闪耀。
Hey! Look at that! Look at that damage! That was so much fun, let's do it again. What gear do you run on your Clara, White Blosses? Just in general, or I guess Team for Argenti. Like, what gear set do you put on, your Clara? I'm actually thinking about building well and just put him, like, maximum speed.
A 级部署，
重登舞台，此刻如黄金般闪耀。
从地下完成。
Completely prepared.
Recharge. 1, 2.
Duke set follow-up attack planar. Like Salsodo follow-up or the other follow-up one? Isn't there like a second follow-up planar set now?
我会亲手开辟我们的幸福。
Interesting.
Completely prepared. 返场时间，激昂的乐章，这便是你的安魂之曲。
从地下完成，激发保险。
Recharge. 1, 2.
Fire. 伤害那个人。
That's pretty good. Hey, Nefer. We'll do the survey after I finish Hot on the Trails. I think I also have to do chapter or part 2 Mirage. I have like 2 or 3 Sea of Mirage things I have to grind through. Never, I decided I'm gonna do the multi-poll to see if I win the 50-50 for Elle and Joe, and if we win the 50-50, hooray, we got Elle and Joe. If we lose, then we'll just pull for Grace. I think I have exactly a single 10 pull right now. And if we don't get it, then yeah. if the S rank doesn't drop in this next 10 pull, then so be it.
提拳，稀可成冰。
重递旭日警戒，动态狙击。
开始修正误差。大身无形，擦！这狂风扫叶。
重搭载武装，自由开火。
开始需要帮助。Aimer System 功率最大化，烟火。
重。
Completely prepared. Recharge. 1, 2.
Fire！
大满若虚，擦！狂风扫叶，应时奋拳，意在尽现。擦！
重中招小兔 ，A 级部署。
开始修正误差。
重定向完成。
Completely prepared.
你见过星星粉碎的样子吗？
我来挖干他们。
大身无形，擦！狂风扫叶，应时奋拳。
Wow, 23k without any level ups, bruh. Dude, I want to play the same team. Can I play the same team on this one? Hoopla. Impact.
四体齐全，稀可成冰。
Wait, am I type countered? Whoa, did they change these crabs? Oh no. The mono eyes are here.
弟子百骸，全当用击，意在尽现。六合成一，四体为风。
中招小兔 ，A 级部署。
开始修正误差。检测到违规行为，请立刻关闭非法软件。
Completely prepared.
你见过星星粉碎的样子吗？
成为合并一，弟子百骸，全当用击，手随心智。击势破云，坠兔收光。金石往昔，反掌揭破。
重递旭日警戒，动态狙击。
开始需要帮助。
重定向完成。
Completely prepared. Recharge. 1, 2.
Fire！
成千世如意，弟子百骸，全当用击，意在尽现。击势破云，坠兔收光。念死无常，生灭有时。
重搭载武装。
Completely
修
prepared.
正误差。 承让。
重定向完，旭日警戒，动态狙击。
开始需要帮助。Aimer System 功率最大化，烟火。
重定向完成。
Completely prepared.
以真理之名，超越往昔。
炸身无形。弟子百骸，全当用击。万气化尘，滔滔不断。念死无常，生灭有时。
Great ending screen.
Oh, 小鬼 ，Power Stand。
Okay, chat. I did a thing. I bought some stamps in the supply shop so that we can activate the double S.
努力就会有回报。
But it also means that I think now we just have to wait for Elysia things. Because I think I can only get 2 more stamps from supply shop. But so Elysia is already SS1 for Hersher. Hersher Ellie's already SS1. It's like, what?
替身装甲，
By the time, you know, she's farmable, she's probably not going to be that meta anymore. She's already niche boss relegated, I guess. Double check all these things.
既
Double
然我
check.
是最合适的人， 准备完成，等待下一步指令。
I probably should have put Abyss Flower on her, right? So that she could cycle. She could cycle ults faster. Oh, this exists.
听听我吧，你准备好了？努力发热点已模式解线，启用超载运载，歼灭模式，请与我一同回归海的怀抱。
到我了，克里希娜，上！呀！
I like how it went from floor 2 into floor 3 like almost instantaneously.
递归完成，开始最终清理。魂灵的分流，跃动不息。
到此为止了。准备好了，吃上吧，克里希娜。破！
Okay. We did it! Hooray! Oh wow, look at that. Accidentally almost capped on points. What do we need for this? Just a little bit more? Okay, I'll come back to this one. Yeah, I felt like the SP chamber for this was like really fun. Some of these other ones were just they were just okay.
来一场华丽的舞会吧！ 要跟上我的步伐，这里，感受剑心之道吧！以心为鞘，以养为
Big
剑。
damage.
瞄准你的心脏哦！
No damage.
支援完成。璀璨光芒，照耀大地。哇，好高好高，要踩好节奏哦。请领教太虚之韵。3尺之水，堪可结云。
Terrence.
瞄准你的心脏哦！
Oh, they're already dead.
要换人吗？啦啦啦，咻！送你一点惊喜。 的时候，要记得许愿哦。闪亮登场。哇，好看吗？梦幻的共演哦。要踩好节奏哦。
I think we shared this already, but don't forget to share this so that you can get your 20 crystals. Did I already get the symbol? I think I did, right? I had to have, because we finished the thing. Oh, hey, look! Another 5,000! And... what a time. Part of me does want to just splurge on special outfit coupons and start getting these old outfits. Like this one.
这身作战服看起来是很珍贵的礼物。
Alright, do we want to do survey first or finish the Mirage, the part 2 Mirage first? I'm desperately trying to get my Armada to start contributing anything. Even if that means sim battles, just so that we can get out of this low fame status.
终结技能冷却完成，该我上了。重力压制 ，shoot， fire， fire， 该我上了，该我上了，消失吧 ，Beyond Justice， 这是我应尽的职责。 到达配置地点，该我上了。哈呀哈呀！哈！现在是德丽莎时间，重力压制 ，fire！ 哈！哦 ，target！ 哈！该我上了！呀哈呀！该我上！呀哈！消失吧！呀！嘿！哈！嘿！哈！呀！哈！
Man, I remember having to play so much Twilight Paladin back in the day because she was farmable. Oh, man. That was a time. You know, I remember having to do Silver Reaper. Silver Reaper! Yeah, Silver Reaper gameplay was, that was something else. Oh, I missed the dodge! I missed the block! I missed again! I remember watching him remix his guide back at the end of 2019 when Sim Battle was first introduced, and he was showing like how to get above 13k points with the trial units. And I remember I struggled so much on this one particular fight. Like Asaka back in the day with trial, it took me forever just to stay above like 1250 or whatever. Just to get to 40k. Oh my god, we're hanging in the balance. We've just been fluctuating at 46. We used to have some fame. Oh yes, the Fuhua with Gwent players Shadow Knight. So all the Fuhuas.
西可成兵，伺机而动。出发，走吧，出发。不过了，意在尽现，是操。
Pentakill, hexakill, heptakill, octakill, decakill. Just see all those things just start racking up on the side. It's already Tuesday. Oh, look at that. I somehow made top 100 last week. I wish I could see how many days I've had this for. Oh boy. All right, let's go do the survey because I think we need to shift gears soon and play the other games. Before we do that, let me take a quick break and maybe I might need to grab a snack or something. Starting to feel a little bit hungry. I had soup from Wawa earlier. All right, let me run a quick ad. I'll be right back. Some chips. Ooh, my legs. Okay.
洗完之后还是有点没吹干。
I would say I was actually neutral. By the end of 7.5, I was neutral. I definitely felt like the beginning was kind of rough. Time consumption, I was dissatisfied. Everything felt like it took too much energy, you know? How would I describe Lantern? I like her aesthetic. I think her gameplay was just okay. Like, it wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. I would say Battlesuit appearance is highly satisfied. Combat visuals was really good. Character design was just okay. Controls was it was okay. I think everything else is just neutral. Like, yeah, her damage is high, but I didn't like that she couldn't switch in Senadina. jumps before hold attack. I can sort of see that, because then you save an animation, right? Because you're already in the air. I think that's cool. But I also feel like what Pot was saying yesterday about doing your regular sequence, you're just kind of spamming attack and then like tapping weapon as soon as it's available. I feel like that still holds true, you know? I would say overall I was satisfied with Lantern. Okay, so I liked it at the end, so I'll give it a satisfied. I did not like Chapter 3 in the beginning. I think Act 1 was okay. Act 2 put me to sleep. And then Act 3 was like, oh, this is badass. Actually, Act 1 started off really bad, but it had me hooked by the end of Act 1. Sandbox playability was kind of boring. Combat experience was satisfied. Map exploration was kind of boring. Clarity of tutorials, can't remember. I don't even remember any of this. Main story missions. Cuts, oh man, I have to, it's like, yes, I have a clear goal in mind, and I can just follow the lines, but story presentation, man, that is the most, like, I like the ending. I felt like they just wasted too much time in dialogue. So, like, I am balanced, everything is balanced, right? It was good ending, but they wasted so much time, they almost lost me in the early part. I would give story content a satisfied. I just wish they would just... I wish they would just cut the bullshit. Following aspects of the boss fight. Oh my god, the boss fight was so... badass. Oh my god, highly satisfied all the way. Oh... I am a solid 3. This was the mini event, right? This is the mini event at the arcade. I remember nothing about it, other than the fact that I finished it. I can't remember. I really can't. Oh, wait. Escaping Shadow is the one where you're, like, jumping down, right? You have to jump down, then there's no jump button. They needed to put a jump button. PC controller. Lantern Against the Shadows is pretty fun. I was satisfied. I like the event story. I don't remember... I think I just liked the event story, because I thought the event story was fun. It was definitely grindy at the end. And I didn't really like the circumstances around it. But you should be able to... No! When you're on that platform, I wish you could jump. You know, like, even if it means you're putting yourself at risk. Like, once you're in that 2D platformer mode, not having jump just feels bad. It just feels bad. Like, because you could double dash, but not being able to jump just feels bad, you know? I wish they made, instead of it, like, I wish they made it like the lava escape, where the shadow was from below and you had to get to the top. Instead of the opposite way. And then you would have jumps and it would actually feel exciting. Event story I liked. Playability, difficulty. I don't even remember the rest of this. Definitely didn't feel fresh. Like, we could tell it was auto chess or whatever. Rewards I liked. Time and energy. I definitely felt like it took too long. I didn't care about it. Like, it was gratifying seeing the damage that you could do, but it was not fun ramping up to that damage. You know? I think we played all of them. Kiana was what we used at the end, right? But Senadina was the one that I had the most fun with. Everything else was, I guess, just neutral. I think I'm bored of Homie World Tour Challenge. Elysian Realm always just gets a highly dissatisfied. Can't remember, didn't play. Can't remember, didn't play. I haven't visited the website in a while. Neutral. Is the presentation like the visual presentation? I'm just gonna complain about the story writing. Official channels, I think I'm mostly on Instagram and occasionally on Twitter. Occasionally, I'll check YouTube when you guys tell me to. I can't remember. I'm sorry, Nanaya. There's too many things in my feeds. Satisfied with in-game purchase experience. No, everything's too expensive. Everything's too expensive. Everything's too expensive. And you know what? If we are going to a 90 pity system, they need to reduce pulls from 280 to 160. I think that's going to be our major feedback. I played a little bit of Blue Archive. Yeah, in the last month I played a little bit of Blue Archive. Oh boy. Others. Great Shadow Legends. Just kidding. If we are staying on the 90 PT S-rank upgrade system, pulls should drop from 280 to 160 crystals. Chapter 3 had some really amazing moments, but the ramp at the beginning of Act 1 and 2 felt really wordy. I almost lost momentum trying to get to the end of Act 3 and kept falling asleep. Overall, I feel like 7.5 main story felt more engaging than 7.3 and 7.4. But I felt like the arcade event and Lanterns Against the Shadows event are not as strong as 7.3 and 7.4 limited event modes. I think Realms of Battle should feels too much of a chore, as does weekly open world tasks, and even Abyss and Memorial Arena. These old modes feel too repetitive, not as interesting as they could be. The same for Elysian. Yeah, I feel like yeah, I feel like supply, I feel like equipment supply could also be cost reduced to 160 pixels at the other hoyoverse games provide the same amount of premium paid currency, but only this game. The other hoyoverse games and even competing games from other developers provide the same amount of premium paid currency, per real money currency, but only in this game does the full cost more. As a result, feels like you are getting less for your money's worth. If Honkai 3rd, it's not if we, if Honkai 3rd is staying on the 990 pity, uh, 90 pull, whoops, 90 pull pities. Yeah, I feel like if they, like, I get it, right? This game doesn't have 50-50. I get that. That's still nice. But I don't think each pull should be 280 crystals. You know? They should reduce it to, like, even if they reduced it from 280 to 200, where, like, you're still paying more per pull, but less than what it used to be, it'd feel a little bit better. You know? There is a lot of outdated systems that still feel mandatory to grind in order to obtain resources, especially for new players. but there's no clear progression path like 2-3 years ago because a lot of the old progression paths have been made obsolete by new releases. Yeah, that's the thing that's really annoying, right? Like, it's good that the new stuff is craftable, but, like, the new stuff being craftable, like, doesn't set your account up for clearing the old content, which is what you need in order to farm crystals as a whole, right? Okay, so do you like Elysian Realm for the replayability? Or do you just feel like it's a thing that's fun to grind? Because I think with Elysian Realm, it's really frustrating when you don't have the infrastructure and you're like a new account trying to build up your tech trees so that you can get the consistent runs. But I don't like playing every character in Elysian Realm because they play so different from their main game. But it's also good that they play different from the main game because a lot of the characters in Elysian Realm are outdated for the main game. And Elysian Realm is where you can just kind of focus on playing the character. So I like that aspect, but it's like when I get into Elysian Realm, I feel like I just have to pick my favorite. I pick the character that I know the best to clear it faster so I don't have to be there all the time.
洗完之后还是有点没吹干，太麻烦了，研究一下人类干洗算了。
Yeah, I don't know how they can solve this because it's like nobody wants to lose game modes. But how can they make these game modes interesting again? Like, I think Realms of Battle is better than what we had before with Blockade and Chip Space. But if I'm a veteran player, I have so many tourists that I don't even need to do it anymore, you know? We really needed that new engine. I don't think it's an engine issue. Zenless is on the same engine, Bashk. Zenless has even worse UI layouts than Honkai 3rd, but people love the people are playing the crap out of Zenless. Zenless, Star Rail, and Genshin, they're on the same engine. And right now in part 2, they have even more shader effects than anything else. It looks amazing. My 7900 GRE is crushing the FPS with every full settings to max, with max reflections and everything. Visually, it's awesome. You have way more like particle effects in this game than some of the other games. It's not an engine issue. I think they lost a bit of unique flavor in the game when they moved to the new UI. I think the new UI is actually less mobile friendly because all the elements are really small now. And that's one of my complaints with Zenless is all the buttons are too small for mobile. As just in combat? No, that's when you're in Oxia in part 2. That's not in combat. That's when you are in the Antares building. Maybe. I play in 900p. Remember, APHO2 even had like advanced shaders starting to be trickled in. But the problem is that even if they go back and retool some of the early Part 1 chapters, a lot of the early Part 1 chapters just had a lot of recycled stages, because back then, they designed the game around older mobile phones. But I still wish that they would consolidate some of the game modes. Like, maybe instead of open world resetting 3 times a week, just make it reset twice, right? Once on Monday and once on Thursday, and then double the rewards for each reset. I feel like that too, Johan. I feel like for a lot of people who like they either dropped off, there's no good re-entry point because it just costs too much money or it takes too much time to get back into the game. I think they do need to run more events where they're giving out like old S ranks for free for like that whole version, because I think those are really successful at getting people to come back, you know, or free elf or whatever. I think they really do need to decide though, like, as much as the competitive side played a big role in how much the game has earned, they really do need to decide, like, if they can truly convert to the casual audience that potentially could spend more than the competitive players, but they would need to kind of hard commit. And they might be afraid to hard commit because then they're losing all the competitive whales. Like, this game funded Genshin, you know? And Dawei always brings that point up, right? Like, this is that they owe so much to this game. But what can they do to make this game feel fun again? Because mechanically, not a lot has changed, but the feeling is gone. Because there's just more, like, competition in the space. Yeah, I kind of liked it, too, when it was more just about, like, you play stage by stage. I was okay with open world at first, just because it didn't feel like that much pressure, even though, like, yeah, there were some annoying side quests in Colostan, but, like, overall, Colostan didn't feel that bad, right? But I do feel like if they go back to a chapter, like a stage by stage, chapter by chapter layout, which is kind of funny because that's what they're kind of doing in Zenless. The story's playing out, but you can revisit stage by stage. Yeah, the artificial time gates. Unless they're time gating story to compensate for the fact that CN server is still 2 to 3 weeks ahead. But, even if they're ahead, like, the people who want to spoil themselves on the story are going to spoil themselves on the story. You can do that with Honkai 3rd as well, no? No, because they still time gate. Well, that's the thing, right? Bash is saying, like, I wish it was just they want to start it at the beginning, not wait till the end. Because if you skip enough, like, if you wait till towards the end, then you lose daily grind time. And for some of the events, it's like they only let you stockpile so many attempts, you know? Yeah, because you have the daily cap on resources. Uh, I think part of it is like they don't want people to just like no life the game because this game still follows the older requirements of like daily playtime limitations. Review time. Survey time. Not review, but close.
比起堆砌尖端组件，捡垃圾来实现同样的目的，反而能更有成就感。
I do like that right now, Honkai Third. Once the events do get started, they're up until the end of the version, right? That's one thing that didn't used to be the case with Honkai Third. It used to be like the events would just last 3 weeks, and if you didn't play from the beginning, you were out of luck. They don't like Star Rail after return many times. I think it's just like in Star Rail. There's not a lot of ways where you can just infinitely grind. Like, yeah, you can with Simulated Universe, but I think infinitely grinding in that game is not as interesting. But in Honkai Third, there's just a lot more stuff to do on a weekly basis. So, Sock plays. Did you feel like Act 3 with the final boss felt awesome, but then, like, getting to that point was such a slog? Because they just, like, beat you over the head with the dialogue and, like, the... I want to say Act 2 had the most, right? Because they had to reveal the antagonist, and then they had to reveal all this other stuff. But, like, Act 1 felt okay-ish, right? Act 1 felt like there was, like, a good setup. and then there was a good ending, well, a cliffhanger. I feel like the biggest struggle for me right now in regards to Honkai Third is like, I feel like they need to make endgame more cohesive for the players that are playing for more than just story. A little bit more streamlined would help, but like they just need to make it cohesive, right? Like everything should feed into each other rather than like you need to play Abyss MAER, you know, and do all this other farming on the side because that's all available to do. But rather than that, like, you know, like when they added prisms as a Memorial Arena reward, they should make prisms not just a Memorial Arena reward, but a Triple S boss reward. They should make, you should get one prism from finishing all the side stages in your Abyss. You should get one prism for doing your weekly Elysian realm, you know? So that you get this sense of like, oh, there's this key item that I need, but I do it from doing all these modes. It's a clear signifier that like these are the modes that you need to do, right? I don't like how you know that those are the main modes because there's so many crystal rewards. But I think crystals isn't enough. You need to have these like core resources as well. I think they need to get rid of dailies in open world for part 2. Unless they make it contribute to your daily battle pass. Directly. I think getting the booster tickets is nice, and but that's indirectly, right? It should just you should just have a mission, like complete 2 dailies in part 2, open world. Yeah, Bash, I feel like that was one of the issues that I had with Elysian Realm, too, where it was like, man, there's 13 Flame Chasers, and they had to break it up, like, you know, they only introduce a handful at a time. And that's what I miss about early part 1, where one of the benefits of having the same cast with different battle suits is you can visibly chart the character development and character progression by way of their new battle suits. You know? I miss that. I miss that so much. Yes, I agree. Like, okay, now we're in another bubble universe that comes with its lore, but the lore feels more like baggage rather than something interesting to be explored. I don't know how you solve that, you know? And that was kind of one of the problems in part 1.5, where part 1.5, like, they had to figure out the lore of the world in order to solve the problem of the world. In this case, like, the shoes had already attempted to solve the problem of the world, and they had figured out the rules, but now, you know, like, okay, how do we unmake the rules? Rules are made to be broken. How do we break the rules? Yeah, I would say that at least in part 1.5, we had characters that we had already traveled with, and they were kind of like our window into part 1.5. And I think that part I appreciated about part 1.5 more than anything. Yeah, right? Like, the intro to 1.5, like going back to Nagazora, that was sick. They were cooking something good, and then they threw it all away just to transport them to a bubble universe. Nuke the world, go back to school. You know, honestly, I wouldn't mind if they just did another story arc in Saint Freya, or they just carried on the APHO 2 story, right? I feel like APHO settings still had so much more potential, and I felt like the combat in APHO slash APHO 2 was already well refined. That they could have just picked up and gone with it, you know? Okay. Overall, I think Honkai 3rd is in a better state than 7.3 and 7.4. But still some ways to get back to the glory days. Or actually, I don't even know if it's possible to get back to the glory days, right? I feel like Honkai 3rd kind of peaked during the Flame Chaser arc because they had the attention from when Genshin was a hot item. So 2021 going into 2022, like, eyes were on Honkai 3rd because of Genshin being so successful, wildly successful. People were like, "Oh, we'll check this out," and you know, like, people were like, "Oh, Alicia, she's so cool. Flame Chaser, she's so cool." And everybody was watching the animations. That's right. But now, like, they've been there and done that, and the gameplay loop just feels more like a chore, right? Like, a lot of our content creator friends and peers, like, they are so many chapters behind. I don't know how many of y'all tuned in to any of Unreal Dreamers, like, subathon recently, but Unreal Dreamers chapters behind. You know, the other day when Rin raided us, you know, she is still, like, chapters behind in Honkai 3rd. Because the game just honestly hasn't been that exciting for them to actually want to, like, marathon their way through. Because there's competing games now that are doing a much better job at story delivery. You know? I think the HI3 directors maybe Dawei has to step in and like, hey, we need to simplify this and that. But storytelling needs to be more streamlined, less filler, and just let us play the game, right? Give us a more concise story while maintaining the good action. As well as streamlining the endgame to be less convoluted and grimy. They should have went the Blizzard route and made HI3. So the Blizzard route is this, okay? They did go the Blizzard route, Johan. They did go the Blizzard route. Honkai 3rd is their Warcraft 3. Genshin is their World of Warcraft. But now they made Zenless Zone Zero, which is yeah, Zenless is basically Honkai 4. About to say Zenless Zone Zero is their Overwatch. You know, they made Star Rail, right? They made Star Rail in Zenless Zone Zero, which is basically Diablo 3 and Overwatch. Yeah, the stories were short, the conflict and solution were obvious, right? It was much easier to pick up. You knew who the good guys were. You knew who the villains were. You knew where the gray the gray matter. My brain is in a vat. Yeah, and HSR is definitely... Remember when they were talking about HSR being a thematic sequel to Honkai 3rd? They definitely did that in Pinakoni, right? You had your Kiana faces, including the main character. The main character is a Kaslana type, but so was Robin and Sunday. They're Kaslana types. But you had that whole arc in Pinakoni where it was like, it was an echo of the Moon arc with finality, right? Kevin in Honkai 3rd wanted to put everybody in a stigmata dream, which is what Sunday was basically trying to do. And then Robin's like, heck no. So it's like the Kiana versus Kevin baseball bat fight scene. Yui! And so yeah, so Honkai Star Rail has lived up to being the spiritual successor in terms of storytelling. Gameplay-wise, Zenless is the gameplay spiritual successor, right? The action combat. But I want Honkai 3rd to, and thematically, I would say Chapter 3 tied in a lot of those, like, elements. Because, you know, Marty was in the chat last night when we were playing through the main story, and it was like, yeah, the story themes are echo, right? Like, the shoes are, in a way, a mirror of the Flame Chasers. And in a way, you know, Helia Coralie and Senadina is our player window into that history, but also into Song Chue's resolution through that. They did, yeah. All the veterans are on Star Rail, which is why Star Rail's doing so well. But they need to move some of those veterans from back to Honkai 3rd to mentor the juniors that are working on Honkai 3rd. Right now, it's like all the juniors are on Honkai 3rd and they're just like throwing all the random crap at the wall to see what sticks, instead of rediscovering what made Honkai 3rd fun to play in the beginning. No stories longer than the Lord of the Ring trilogy. Yeah, they need to stop making every chapter feel like a full-length feature film, but in text. Thing I don't like the most is when they spawn new characters in HI3 from nowhere just to make lore. Yes! Yes. It's exhausting. It's like, now I have to have a reason to care about this character. When they could just design a battle suit for an existing character to show character progression, storytelling, right? People said story part 2 story. I don't necessarily feel like it got good, but I felt like they finally got to a good conclusion, right? Like, I think chapter 3 act 3 was good, but they could have avoided this mess. You know? They could have avoided this mess. Yeah, I feel like Helia, Coralie, and MC did more in the side events in 7.3 and 7.4 than they did here. Here, again, like, they're visitors and they're guests, right? Chen Xue is such an interesting character, but she hardly does anything. She's kind of like the backup contingency plan. Yeah, once you stop caring, right? Not start not caring, but once you stop caring, it is hard to get reinvested. Right. I would say that they had some interesting themes and they had potential with the story, but the execution definitely made it not as enjoyable as it could have been. But I definitely felt like they did something right in Act 3 with the boss fight and everything. Story is just background noise to give us a reason to spam characters and spam the attack button. You know? Yeah, Songchue and Senadina are probably my favorite two characters for sure. And Coralie. Coralie is top tier in terms of story writing. Like, her dialogue, oh man. Songchue solo carrying part 2. No, Songchue solo carrying chapter 3. Coralie carrying all the side events. Coralie dialogue has been 10 out of 10 in every side event that she has featured in. Lantern Against the Shadows, the Coralie bit where she's like hugging Helia's leg. Pure comedy. The HOD fight, was it really that good though? No, I didn't like the HOD fight. And here's, I think HOD fight in terms of its story context was amazing. So let me clarify. I felt like the HOD fight story context wise was amazing. Gameplay wise though, it was not that fun playing Valkyrie Ranger. Yeah, exactly. The fight animation. The HOD animation, Everlasting Flames, was amazing. I definitely felt like this time around, the gameplay was awesome. The CG, I wish they just committed to a full 2D animation. I thought that it was kind of nice that they did a semi pre-rendered 3D with 2D animated effects. But you could kind of tell that when they did that, it was kind of like a resource cut. Forgot what the CG was about. I think in the end, Songtre decided that she still needed to sacrifice herself, but it was more important that she came to that conclusion on her own, that she was ready to sacrifice herself on her own terms, rather than having anybody else make that decision for them, for her. Didn't focus on the gameplay. You wanted to finish the fight fast. I was still trying to finish the fight fast, but it felt good going through the motions of finishing the fight fast, right? Like, it's like when you're playing one of your favorite songs in Guitar Hero, and you know how the song's supposed to go, and you're matching your inputs to that. Like, you know, adapting very quickly to the screen shadows segments. And it felt good in the sense that every transition wasn't, you know, oh, we're going to cut scene with a camera and interrupt your flow of battle. No, it was happening in real time. So you had to respond to it in real time. And I like that. I hated it in Diablo Kevin, right? I referenced Diablo Kevin. Every time I'm going through my damage loop, he interrupts me with some cutscene. It's like, now I'm going to do this. Now you can't even hit me with your trio or full rotation because I've interrupted your trio full rotation with an animation. Segment where she disables your inputs was annoying. I thought that was cool. Yes, it was annoying, and you had to, you know, Billy's dash attack spam, but I thought that was a very cool mechanic that forced you to actually react to your environment, right? You had to scan the area, find where your bodies were. It was a very MMO mechanic. You guys watched me the last 2 years playing Naku Defensive in World of Warcraft, right? Those trash mobs that summon your, like, clone, they create a shadow of you and you have to find your shadow because they suck your soul out and you have to find your soul. It reminded me of that. That was my expectation on actual release. The story fight was cinema. But the moment it got added as an actual boss to the fight, yeah, it's man. Yeah, like, Donahue's storyline fight was really fun. Fighting Donahue in MA is soul-sucking and dry. What was my Lantern feedback? My biggest disappointment with Lantern was, again, like, the fact that you couldn't use Senadina in the rotation loop. And her aerial attacks, she doesn't have an aerial attack, right? So, like, why would you not make an aerial attack? She could have had a dive kick, right? She could have had a dive kick or something. Zero because she's playable. Well, Argentine Rita's playable, right? You know, they never did add Hersher of Thunder as an MA boss. Himiko and Shadow Knight are playable. Remember back when the Himiko had the triple stigma clones? Bosses aren't that threatening. Yeah, bosses aren't that threatening if you're seasoned, right? But if you're not a meta player, like, and you're a casual streamer, but you decide to try one of these story fights on hard, chat will backseat the crap out of you. That's part of the reason Alicia stopped playing Honkai 3rd, was because, like, I think when she was playing the auto fight on stream, like, chat was just full of dicks. Let's do more parallel. No. Because what they could do is title it as perception instead of Songche, right? They could just call it a like the boss's name, Perception. Kind of like how they did Her Share of Corruption, Elysia. It's like, yeah, it's Elysia, but it's actually not Elysia. They could do that in Abyss. You picked the easy moded story? Lamau. That's another reason people don't want to really, like, play Honkai 3rd, is just because, like, you have this, and I'll be honest, I was kind of in that section of the crowd at one point, because I used to want to be a meta content creator, and you guys know me because I was that, you know, try-hard streamer, even though I was, like, medium-high at best. Yeah, no, well, but that kind of proves my point, right? Now, for, like, you're a seasoned player, so you, like, your reaction, a lot of hard mode stuff is like, if you played even moderately, like, let's say you're like a Red Lotus player, maybe 7% MA, you would have the dodge instincts for hard mode right now, for chapter 3. Because a lot of it is just, like, you know, see the telegraph and then respond accordingly. I keep messing up the jump dodges because I'm not used to the jumps yet. But I was having so much fun with the mirror lake segment, where, like, you had to dodge both the above water and the underwater. Is the boss just not... No, on easy, you just can't die. Do you remember the Mei versus Husk fight back in chapter 17? And, like, every time you get close to dying, like, you just get your HP reset, or you go into, like, the I can't give up, or I can't lose here mode, right? That's kind of what easy is. Easy has, like, loss protection. Wasn't it harder back then? Yeah, I would say the Husk fight was pretty annoying. Because Husk at that time had a really obnoxious moveset that, like, you had to actually practice around it in order to not get hit or to survive. Oh yeah, when Hersher of Thunder had the story mode fight, there was only one difficulty too, right? Ads. Yeah, and I feel like that's a sad reality of Honkai 3rd, where once the game got so fast, it's hard to slow the game back down again. Yeah, I remember even in Red Lotus there was a point where like you just couldn't take damage, and that was part of the reason you had, you know, characters like Yamabuki Armor or Drive Kometa. You had to bring the support for the shield. And, you know, Hawk of the Fog's iframe suddenly became so nice. Cause yeah, you know, like when your HP as a resource for bleed, you had to make sure you weren't losing HP to stray hits. So Igor, when you fought hard mode on the chapter 3 fight and you replayed it 6 times, did you feel tangible improvement each time that you went back into the fight? And then what is the usual level of Abyss that you play in, if you play Abyss at all? Because I would probably say that, again, Nefer, right? Like, maybe they should design the extreme difficulty for the tryhards like us, or even retired tryhards like us. Dropping the combo, of course. Yeah, yeah. And that was what was really cool back then, Raven, with like Flame Sakitama, where you could extend your combo by dodging at the right moment. That was like good flavor on older characters. You know? That kind of nuance you almost can't recreate nowadays. Also, Lantern has like 1.5 charges of auto dodge, which kind of did simplify things, even if you were playing on hard mode, but yeah. I will say, though, that feeling of threat, like the risk of you dying. What was that mode that we were playing? Was it Mirage? I think it was in the Deep Sea Mirage in the Part 2 open world. We were playing one of the floors, and then randomly Senadina just gets like one shot, and I had to finish the rest of that stage with just like Helia and Coralie. You guys remember that? That happened like yesterday. Yeah, anyways, like in conclusion, I just want Honkai 3rd to just streamline. I want endgame to be more cohesive and more streamlined. I want story to be more cohesive and more streamlined, and just get to the point. Stop giving us word salads in the middle act. Get to the point and give us maybe a little bit of action, and you know. So Agony 3 Red Lotus, and you had to replay the fight 6 times. I feel like that's actually pretty fair, right? Like, I think maybe if you were a Red Lotus into Nirvana player, and you were cycling Red Lotus Nirvana instead of Agony 3 to Red Lotus, you'd probably only take 3 attempts at most. Maybe you would have gotten it on the first try even, right? Yeah, iframes and time stops and full screen like combo attacks that just, you know, take up all the animation. All right, let me I think I'm just gonna go ahead and send it. Do you guys need me to copy paste this into Discord like before? I'll do it. I'll do it for old time's sake. Bunga bunga. Take it easy and shut brain off. I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah. The mirror mechanic, right? You were still getting hit, and that was fun for me because I was like, why is she summoning a mirror? Like, I wonder if that reflection is gonna do something. Oh, I'm about to get hit from two sides. Spam dodge, double dodge. All right, I'm gonna send it. I agree. Yeah, we put that in there. We said you need to remove the time gate on story chapters and remove the time gate and daily cap on events. You know. No, or well, maybe not in the early days, because in the early days, when did they start doing like act by act releases? Because I remember when I was playing in 2019, they were still doing like act by act. Like Act 1 was this week, Act 2 was the next week. Pacing does suffer a bit. But without the time gates, they can't do those like cliffhanger setups, right? Like end of Act 1, they cliffhanger you into Act 2. But maybe they should, you know, make it where like the cliffhangers like between chapters rather than between acts. 200 crystals, Honkai woo! Honkai woo! Yeah, maybe instead of spending their animation budget on a summer concept trailer, they should have spent that budget on a proper, like, end of the arc animation. With a song. For Song Trip. Like, I liked that summer reminiscences, but maybe instead of this, it was actually just, you know, Song Trip beating Perception. Not 3D pre-rendered, but actually fully animated. I think that would have been dope as heck, you know? Alright, we'll come back to Honkai 3rd if I have the energy. We need to go play the other games. HI3 treat their players like shit. HI3 used to be, you know, back when it was just Genshin, HI3, we would have considered HI3 like super generous. Oh, free this, free that, and we're getting more crystals a week? Genshin could never. Is it just a test to see how much hype Honkai 3rd can still generate with the existing cast? Because the animation was great. Maybe they're cooking... Well, they used to have an animation studio. I think they're outsourcing more now. Because remember on the old animations, they used to say, like, mihoyo anime? But now it's, like, mihoyo in the middle, or hoyoverse in the middle, and then there's, like, a third-party studio that they outsource to. You just don't care about the character because they haven't done a good enough job like integrating those characters into the story except for the side events. Same developers for every game, or are they separate? Separate teams. But a lot of the Honkai 3rd old staff got moved to Star Rail. And you know what the part of the problem is too, Nefer, is like I think part of the reason they want to try to get new players is that they're trying to recreate the success of Genshin. Right? They were somewhat successful with Star Rail recreating the success of Genshin because they're like, maybe if we can get new players, we can get like bigger content creators with bigger reach, and then the bigger reach will like perpetuate. It'll become a perpetual hype machine, right? Yes, and I felt like going from 7.2 into 7.3, that was probably the worst feeling, right? Now for where like a lot of the last two S ranks that you invested in, a lot of the last 5 S ranks that you invested in, all the elves that you invested in are suddenly made obsolete. And what did we just top up for? You know, occasionally 1 or 2 fights here and there in the Abyss, 1 or 2 fights in MA, but now it just like entire systems are just made worthless. I I wish that instead of the way they handled it, they should have just released part 2 version 7.3. It should have just been like all support A ranks. All 3 of them should have been support A ranks that you could play in a triple support team, but you could play them with existing DPS. Yeah, within 4 patches is way too fast. But, you know, if you made all the part 2 opening cast members support characters, it would be great for new players. It's great for free to play. And then if they have niche utility, it's not bad for the whales, right? mihoyo anime is there in the new concept animation. Go back to some of their older ones too, because mihoyo animation, I think they do all the like the main storyboards before they hire out for like the hard segments to animate. Yeah, and the other thing too is like Thelema, not only is it pure numbers, but Thelema is loaded with so much time fracture and time stop, right? But it's like it's not interesting in the ways that those are implemented. Right? Like Kiana has to have a whole rotational setup before she can use absolute time fracture. But Thelema's just like, I'm just gonna have absolute time fracture on for like 3 seconds after ult. I would have preferred if they just somehow integrated APHO2 mechanics instead of like what they did with Astral Ring. No, they're not. They're not even. I don't even think they're like Flame Chaser levels in terms of raw power, right? Because all they're doing is harnessing Shadow, but not even on the level of like a Honkai active reaction, right? They're more like how Valkyries draw residual Honkai energy from a Stigmata just to have slightly enhanced combat power. I think lore-wise, that's actually probably the closest equivalency. They, like, at best, they may be A or S rank Valkyries, regular Valkyries, right? Regular A rank Valkyries, at best. Normal S, yeah, normal S ranks. Lore-wise, normal S ranks, right? At best. Like, Lantern fought for so long, and then Thelema, like... Yeah, like, lore-wise, Thelema is not even a combat character. Lore-wise, Lantern's the only one that's actually the fighter. Because that's all she does is fight, right? Pardo lol. Yeah, Pardo... And see, that's the thing, right? Like, Pardo was conceptually easy to pick up from a gameplay perspective, but her gameplay has so much nuance to it. Easy to learn, a little bit more challenging to master with all the, you know, cancels and, like, timing when to use what combo, but, you know, weave dodge farming so you can weave extra combo, like, dodge farming so you can spam yellow combos to farm SP faster for your whole party. Stuff like that, right? Like the tiny micro like that. It's just so hard to recreate. Yet to know if there's any connection between Honkai Energy and the Astral Ring and or Shadows. It's just parallels because the Shadows exist because that's the rule of that bubble universe. And so because it's that rule of that bubble universe, like Honkai Energy is the main rule that is from the continent, right? What Ajito was saying, like the continent is the real world that Coralie and Helia are from. Now you spam evasion with the limit of farm charges. No. Thelema dodge farming is a cool tech. Yes, except for the fact that when I'm playing Thelema, all her attack animations take so long that it feels bad to try to dodge farm. Like, my brain, when I'm playing Thelema, my brain is like, I just need to hit different inputs. So on my next combo, I do damage. Rather than even trying to dodge. Like, when I'm fighting Donahue and Thelema's on field, like, I have to remember, oh, I need to actually go to the hitbox of that next attack so I can dodge it. Because she has so many attack animations that move where her own hitbox is. It's not like I feel like dodge farming with like, you know, year 1, year 2 characters had so much more flavor to it versus trying to dodge farm with part 2 characters. I think that's still a possibility, Harmit, right? With the way the imaginary tree exists. Now we farm ass points. Yeah, SP farming was 5 years ago, right? Was it 5 years ago? I don't even know. Sorry, Joker. Those references are lost on me. Fighting game terms? They sound like it. Oh, speaking of fighting games, you guys watch any good Evo? Is Evo in the final? Evo's already over, right? You guys, were there any good finals that you enjoyed watching at Evo? I feel like I normally would watch Evo. I watch a little bit of Max's restream. I saw the trailer for Guilty Gear Season 4, and it just makes me mad that, like, for as excited as I was about Strive, I actually haven't really put too much time back into Strive after the fact.
The Temple of Wisdom.
But hey, Dizzy's coming to Strive, and also the CD Projekt Red collab with Lucy. I feel like I want to buy Street Fighter 6 and hit the streets, but like, guys, I bought Tekken 8, and I haven't even actually opened the game on Steam. Not even once. Just like my plan to get Grand Blue Relink. I got Grand Blue Relink, and I played like 1 hour of the game. And now it's just rotting away in my Steam library. I probably don't even need to be doing these dailies. I could actually just do quests. I am so autopilot right now.
Quietly now.
Let's get it on! Cha! Get with me! I'll settle this! Cha! Busted!
I see everything.
No! Tap! Tap! Tap!
You feel like Soul Calibur is dead? Did you see Harada's thread on Twitter, Joker? About why Tekken survived and Soul Calibur is not doing so hot? It was like a couple weeks ago, but Harada was like on lunch break, and he had this like amazing Twitter thread about like how even though he wasn't formally... So yeah, it was like somebody responded to some random Harada tweet about lunchtime and how he was excited for Tekken, and somebody was like, "Man, I wish there was somebody as passionate about you in the reigns of Soul Calibur," you know, something like that. And so then Harada went on this like long tweet about how the reason Tekken persisted was because he championed Tekken even though he wasn't formally designated on the Tekken team, and because he was able to produce results, you know, the company was you know, let him do his thing with Tekken. But he was describing the history about how, like, you know, Soul Calibur and Tekken, they used to be like friendly rivals within the company, and how, you know, back in the day, Soul Calibur was the more established veteran team full of superstars. And what ended up happening was, like, as the company grew and, you know, people were restructured into different positions, the core of the Soul Calibur team got basically, like, spread apart. But, you know, as that happened to Tekken, Harada still, like, got the band back together, so to speak, to really give vision for Tekken. And the way he described it at the end, with some hope for Soul Calibur, was like, you know, there are still a lot of people at Namco that are passionate about Soul Calibur. They just haven't been able to come together and, like, and have that vision, I guess. Speaking of Soul Calibur, I remember I bought Soul Calibur 6 on a Steam sale, and I didn't really play it. I should go back and visit Soul Calibur 6, if nothing, just to play, like, arcade story mode or something. Let me see if I can find that thread, because I retweeted it from my account. I just don't remember how long. But it was a really good read. Harada just drops, like, all these really good, like, long threads on Twitter. God, it was such a good read. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. I promise you. It was a really good thread. Okay, here we go. June 25th. Here, I'll post it in chat for you. Yeah, that's another reason I want to play Soul Calibur 6 again, was because 2B is in there. 2B and 2P, right? Okay, so if Soul Calibur 2 had a director as loyal, or better said long-term, as Harada Tekken, while this is a hypothetical, it's not an industry theory, as it is also a theory of consequence. However, after observing the industry for 30 years, I can say that in the case of fighting games, there have been many instances in which a series has stagnated or ceased to exist when a key player in the franchise leaves or disappears. And the reason for the disappearance of these key persons are often not only their own problems. And then, in the case of Soul Calibur, I can assure you, having seen it up close and personal, that this is the case. This was not simply a matter of sales and marketing, but I can tell you that the organizational changes and decision makers at Bandai Namco had a great deal to do with it. And then he talks about how he used to work on Soul Edge, and was co-director on SC4. And he mentions in the past the series had a strong leader named Yotoriyama, who was also once the animation team leader of Tekken. And above all, the team of engineers was more knowledgeable about fighting game than Tekken and had excellent programming skills. The Tekken project had been called a group of outlaws since the days of old Namco, but Project Soul was an elite group, a sophisticated development team. And basically at the end, he's like, you know, industry expanded, and then Bandai Namco, it was an organizational thing that caused the Project Soul to get split up. So it's a long read, Joker, but I think it's one that you probably would find interesting as a fighting game player. Me, I'm just kind of like the fighting game outside fan. Dip my toes into fighting games briefly. But when he wrote this, it was basically someone was complaining about mechanics for Soul Calibur, for like a future Soul Calibur iteration, and then somebody else was saying, like, you know, if only there was a director as loyal to Soul Calibur as Harada was to Tekken, right? So, and he's kind of addressing both of those as being like yes and no, and basically explaining how like the way the industry ended up, like, made it hard for somebody within the company to champion Soul Calibur. But then he cites that he was able to do it for Tekken, even though he wasn't formally assigned to Tekken. Yeah, so then Harada says, like, I made the decision to lead the Tekken project despite the fact that I was in a different company, department, and division and had no budget authority. I practically manipulated the creative and budget planning. Why? I knew that the soiled occurrence of such a large organization just happened from the things, capital T, that are happening due to the delusions caused by the group mind, and a head appointed solely for career advancement. With no love for that game title and no long-term vision cannot be good for the survival of the series or the fan community. And we, Tekken Project, always said the rights to the title belong to the company, but the fan community can only rely on the team that has the will to make the game. So from the very beginning, I decided to completely break the rule of tacit understanding in the company. And then he cites, like, the reason he was able to get away with this was because he judged himself by two things: the market and the community, right? And he ends with this, right? But from my point of view, I don't think that the fire of Project Soul has been extinguished. There are still a few people in the company who have the will to do it. I would like to believe that they are just not united. Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of comparisons about Honkai 3rd to fighting games early on as well. Like, I remember at various points, like, people were saying, like, Fuhua's inputs feel like fighting game inputs and stuff like that, you know? But it's an action combat game, right? It's an action combat game. There's, like, probably some mechanical concepts that overlap with other game genres to include, but not exclusively, say, fighting games, you know? But there's certain things that you'll find that across any genre of games. All right, BRB, I have to check on my laundry. I just remember I put some micro fleece towels in the wash that I need to make sure they get dried or something. And then when we come back, we'll hit up some of the new current event for Genshin. I'll be right back.
Mic off. Mic on. Mic off.
Hmm. A furry game. A
Mic on.
furry game. Nice one, Sock plays.
Mic feedback off. Mic feedback on.
Tagwise, hi. Welcome. I guess I should spend some resin too. Is this a content creator in our usual circle of HI3 adjacent CCs like Brax Ying or Rin, Nor? Or is this like a really, really big content creator? I guess Brax is really big. Was it Rainbacks? Rainbacks wouldn't say anything like Zenless is a fighting game though. I feel like Rainbacks would know better.
Quietly now. Look alive! Gotcha.
Committed to memory. Yeah.
I think the other thing too, Zenless isn't PvP. And even Honkai 3rd is like indirect PvP, right? It's leaderboard PvP. But again, like that's kind of my argument, is that there's like fighting game adjacent mechanics in some capacity with animation cancels and you know, hitbox and whatever, but
Everyone hold it.
Quietly now. Look alive! Dissipate!
Make yourselves a room.
Game's up. Fun's over.
fun's over. Yelon really just said fun detected.
Buckle up! Lightning terrified! Our bond is strong.
He said no fun allowed. funnel out, guys. I think I did. Wait, is that the cardboard sword? Or is there a different one? Wait, Joker, can you DM me who the CC was? Just send it in my Twitch whispers. I kind of want to know now. Yeah, of course I do. I want to know. I want to know who it is so that, you know, I can judge them silently. Senator Oxygen Strong. Is that a Metal Gear Rising reference? It was Leo or something? Lyos? Lyos would never say something about Zenless being a fighting game. I don't even know if I finished the questline to get the Narcokreuzen sword. I remember having the golden one in my inventory when we were doing the first step of that chain. Aya. Oh, not a content creator that I recognize then. He's either too big or too small. But not in my circle of peers. Yeah, I haven't finished the tower portion, because I think there was like a tower portion in one of the later releases that had to deal with Narcokreuzen. That, like, you actually go to the physical Ordo, not just the teleporter that takes you to the top. But you actually have to manually walk to the top. So no, I haven't finished that questline if that was a prerequisite to get to the R5 of the sword. But I have an R5 umbrella. Look at this umbrella. It's got an eyeball.
The time has come to slay the dragon. How are you feeling?
And as a reminder, we're playing this patch in English so that I can work on artwork while they're talking their quest dialogue. But I forgot to turn on my tablet. So we gotta turn on our tablet so we can draw on the side.
I'm curious to see what this end of the world place is like. Come on, let's.
Yes, let's go. Let's go see Catherine so we can claim our rewards for the dailies.
What a beautiful day, thought the traveller, before he was overcome by a creeping sense of foreboding.
Ad Astra Abyss. Thank you for complete.
The voice.
It's also nice to get the British accent. I think that is... I'm okay with listening to English Paimon to get these extra accents, like for Uncle Almond and Grandpa Almond and the narrator. Yeah, I've never heard of this content creator. I'll straight up, I never heard of this guy. But let me go Google this real quick on YouTube. This is genuinely ridiculous. AoE taunt. Okay. I see it. First search result. AoE taunt. Oh, man. Content creators have become so cringe. I think Gary the Snail, the bigger question is, what content are you consuming? I think part of the problem is that in the last 5 to 8 years, people realize you can actually make a lot of money once you get to that critical mass. But what most people don't realize is that it becomes a 9 to 5 or more hours a day job. And because the commodity is view time, right? That they're chasing after, the metric for content creators is view time. They have to resort to all sorts of tactics because what they're selling is like videos for you to click on. Guy chilling while playing makes a video. That's me. I'm just chilling and I'm just streaming to YouTube. See, if I had simulcasted to YouTube back when YouTube's like live streams were just baked into the videos before they separated into its own separate tab, I probably would have gotten a bigger following on YouTube. Because my YouTube output is genuinely, like, pretty lame. Something different, Reaper. It's about a content creator named hoyoverse or something. Made the claim that Zenless Zone Zero is a fighting game. And apparently that claim got a lot of people riled up. Just realized I never got this last teleporter. Let me see if I can get to it from some other way. ZBK! ZBK, I hope you're doing well.
Take it easy.
Getting ready for work. I hope you have a stress-free day at work today. Don't forget to set aside some money for your high-yield savings account and put some money away into a Roth IRA so you can get dividends. Rexlant became the Kuro version of Tectone, but wasn't Rexlant actually like a meta PGR creator? Well, of course they want high viewer retention types of videos so that they can sell ads.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Yeah. I get you. I get your frustration though, Gary.
I got a new letter from an informant.
That's okay.
The situation is
Y'all have me.
Carriage inspection, check. Wheel and axle inspection, check. Power inspection.
That's right. See, he's doing his PCIs and PCCs. Or rather, what do we used to call it back in the Army? PMCS. Preventative Maintenance Checks and Service. PMCS Army. What is PMCS in the Army? Preventative Maintenance Checks and Services. See, before you travel, you need to check your vehicle. So this fellow is checking his vehicle.
Good morning, Mr. Wheel.
Oh, good morning, heroes of Simulanka.
Hey, our old friend Wheel is the driver again. That already puts Paimon at ease.
Are you certain you don't want us to accompany you, Your Majesty?
I am. You can leave the dragon slaying to us. My partner's a pro. He does it all the time.
What remarkable friends Her Majesty has. With such great heroes by your side, I'm sure you'll best the dragon with ease. We won't keep you any longer.
All right, then. Look after the city for me while I'm gone.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Just leave it to us.
I think we're all set. Time to depart.
Next stop, the end of the world.
Have a good one, Gary. If you're still hanging around, if you're still awake later on, we'll be playing some Zenless, so... We'll do our last attempt at Ellen Joe by doing a single tempo. Let's go! Bow, now, now, now.
So this is what it feels like to ride a toy train.
Ooh, you're really easy to please, Navia.
Looks like the fog ahead is getting thicker.
Attention, passengers. We've arrived at the transfer point. All change, please, all change.
So we've got to switch trains, right? Huh? What's that?
It looks like Haley Churros, they've taken over that platform.
Wait, where's Kirara?
What do we do?
Where's
Just
Kirara
find
not part of
somewhere
it?
to hide, Mr. Wheel. We'll take care of them.
Do I need to, do I need to finish the other quests so that Kirara can be here too, or does she just not feature in this part? Excuse me. Ooh.
Everyone's okay?
Let's get it on!
This way.
Whew. That's all of them.
Thank you so much for your help, everyone. Now, let me take a look at the train. The carriage is a little scratched up, but there doesn't seem to be any real damage. And the engine's still operating normally, so I think we're good to go.
Wonderful. Let's keep going then.
Oh, hey, look! Protagonist skydives through the sky. Where have we seen this before? Oh, this looks oddly familiar. Like we.
And witness this world, my.
Pony-chan! Hi and goodbye. I hope you have a good fun day at work. I love it when a hoyoverse character falls through the sky. That's how you know the game's gonna be exciting. Right? First it was Kiana skydiving out of a dropship. Then we see Anby. Anby's skydiving through a hollow portal. Be safe on the road, ZBK.
Make sure to be nice to everyone.
Remember to ground yourself when you're getting gas so you don't accidentally static electricity the gas tank, okay? Make sure you put your both hands on the vehicle after you exit the vehicle. Get rid of any static.
Are you okay, Miss Nilu? I'm fine, but I think the traveler is still unconscious.
We're lucky this guy caught us on the way down.
Passed out from a little fall, did ya? How fragile.
I'll cut him some slack. The traveler's had a rough few days. We should just let him nap for a bit.
Alright, we're gonna save this screenshot. That'll be our thumbnail for tomorrow's stream. Actually, I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. I think what we'll end up doing is today we'll play past reset, and then we'll do all our dailies for the other games after reset.
But my leg's falling asleep. You couldn't have set him down on the grass over there, Hat Guy?
I go out of my way to save 4 people who fall out of the sky, and now you're nitpicking my choice of soft landing? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
He's awake.
Morning, sunshine. You were having a nice little dream there, weren't you? Not gonna lie, it was kind of adorable. You and your friends fell from the top of that waterfall, and you passed out along the way. Guess someone couldn't keep it together. Sorry to break it to you, but crashing into the ground doesn't take you to another world. That kind of thing only happens in those stupid light novels they sell in Inazuma.
Also, he kind of, set you down in Nilu's lap, so that's where you've been napping all this time.
Paimon! Oh, no. It's all right. I'm just glad you're okay.
You didn't hit your head, did you? Is the dizziness gone? Really? What did they say?
The fog you see around here can have a hallucinatory effect. Apparently, it's the work of that dragon. Maybe you inhaled some while you were freaking out on your way down.
Traveler, Nilu, do you know this hat guy person?
Oh yeah, he's a student at the academia. We met during the last Interdarshan Championship. He was representing the Vahumana Darshan.
Well then, hello there, friend. I'm Navia, the president of Spina di Rosula. It's very nice to meet you. So, should I just call you Hat Guy as well? Seems like that's what everyone's calling you.
Sure. Whatever.
Wait, Hat Guy. What's that sword around your waist?
An unwelcome encumbrance, that's what. I've had it ever since I woke up here. Tried to toss it, but no matter what I do, it always reappears. Such a pain. Anyway, if any of you want the hero sword, You can have it.
Wait, it's called what?
The hero's sword. Meant to be wielded by the hero. I know. Me of all people, right? The irony.
What? You're the hero of this world?
Will you calm down? It's just a dumb title.
Oh, it's just that this entire time, we thought we were the heroes of the prophecy.
Well, if it means that much to you, you're welcome to claim the title.
I'm good, actually.
Not the point! The real question is, if you're the hero, then where the heck have you been all this time?
Looking for a way out. I heard there's a boat in this area that can bring you to another world. So I came to investigate. But look at the state of things around here. The lighthouse collapsed. The boat won't budge. I say we try to find a different way out.
Huh. Paimon's guessing a voice told you what you were supposed to do here? That's what happened with Navia and Nilu, at least.
You expect me to take orders from some disembodied voice?
Hey, wait, where are you going?
To find the so-called source of this world's misfortune. The dragon responsible.
Wait, we came here to fight the dragon as well. Why don't we go together?
Grab that dragon scale over there before you leave. It'll come in handy later.
A dragon scale? Where? How did you know about it? What's it for? And...
Have you ever considered keeping your questions to yourself? Because if you actually expect me to answer them all, we'll be here until the next Interdarshan Championship.
You little... Paimon thought you might have learned some manners by now, but clearly not!
Wait, why isn't it letting me? Oh, I have to left click. I kept hitting T and it kept pulling the next one instead of putting it down. Are you kidding me? eyeballs are fading.
I call dibs.
I'm feeling the tiredness. Is there another spot we can detonate? Alright, I want to keep going, but I'm feeling the fading happening. I'm running low on energy. I think we switch to Zenless, do our 10 pull, and then go to bed. I think that's the play for the remainder of this broadcast. So, let's do that. Reset in a bit. I know! 7 minutes! God, I'm too tired! No! Alright, let me just take a quick break and get up and walk around. It's okay. For Zenless, I've already done my errands for yesterday. Today. Yes, I did. So everything I did on my phone earlier in the day. I didn't clean out my energy well. So that part I'm not worried about. I'm more worried about getting my Genjin stuff done right as reset happens, you know? That's what I'm more worried about. I guess. Let me see if I have any coffee left over. I don't think I do.
Oh yeah, there's an MOC reset in Star Rail. You guys want to watch me fall asleep while I try to do MOC in Star Rail? You guys know if there's one thing I'm good at, it's falling asleep on stream.
A Chi-Chi to give you all Chi-Chi luck. Joke's on you, I already beat the Echoes challenge for Chi-Chi for this patch. Check out my Constellation 2 Chi-Chi with Black Sword. Oh, we already switched that off. We put the Black Sword back to Chloron. But yeah, I had to pull all my gear off of Kokomi, and we clamshelled that Ruin Guard. That Ruin Guard thought that they could pull a fast one on us, but no. Black Sword Chi-Chi. Got him. They were not prepared.
But at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Aha!
I could make a tidy sum selling some.
This should do it, right? Wow, this scale is amazing! It turns everything it touches into something hard, almost like a toy block. It doesn't seem to work on us, though.
Into something hard.
It spews out poison and transmutes everything it touches. Huh. No wonder they call it the evil dragon.
Your Majesty, Madam Very Brave Hero!
What are you looking at me for? He's obviously talking to you.
Mr. Wheel, you didn't get hurt when we fell, did you?
Oh, not at all. Thankfully, the young man in the hat was kind enough to lend me a hand. There seems to be a village over here. Some of the residents used to work in the titanium mines, and some came to fight the dragon, then got stuck here.
I see. Oh, I'll help too. Still, I think we need to take care of the dragon first. We don't want it to start causing trouble when we're trying to load people on.
Apparently, the villagers often see the dragon fly into a space behind the waterfall. They think that's the location of its lair.
Then we should look around and try to find...
I'll wait here for your triumphant return, Your Majesty.
I don't know how much further I can go. Guys, let's play a mini game and then I think we just bail. I think it's time for bed. We'll do a mini game and a half. Oh, man. Oh, I thought I saw one of those flower things.
Take it easy. A chest full of valuables and a trove of potential clues.
Ah! Don't fly fatigued.
Easy money.
I fell down. I was supposed to unlock a teleporter. Way to go. I missed one. Oh, that was rough. 69, nice. Alright, guys, I'm gonna just load into Zenless and we're gonna do the polls and then that's gonna be it. I am way too tired. I cannot keep going. I can't do it anymore. See if we get Ellen Joe or if we don't. You know, how about that? I hate that it says press to log in, and then once you're logged in, it says press to play. Come on, just let me in the game. I hate that it does that to me when I'm on mobile, too. Like, I'm ready to log into the game, but there's like 5 different times I have to tap. Alright, let's do this. It's signal searching time. Whew, that was close. 4. Okay, one time for the Ellen Joe. Hey, look at that. We're right at the thing. Ah! No S ranks. Soft pity is a lie. Another Anton. I'm so close to another A rank. What gives? Oh my gosh. Signal shop. I can buy pulls, right? I can buy pulls with these things. Wow. I'm going all the way to 90. Alright. Well, I have a day and 7 hours to get something else, huh? Lyrics, please! Two-pull Miracle Reaper! Oh! Okay, I'm awake. I'm awake. $50-50 get. Stop keeping score. Enjoy the results. We're just gonna stay on this screen for a little bit. We gotta marinate on this. Thighs. Ellen Joe thighs. Sheesh. Skirt, skirt. There are things that you can't control. Shark Veliona, yeah, that's right. Shark Veliona with a BDSM made outfit. Goth made outfit with spikes. Control. I like that they play they wave the flag in the back too for her faction. Victoria Housekeeping. Sleepy Joe. Yeah. Hold on. Uses the tail. That's right. That's right. Lock in. Okay, mellow wave ride. Yeah, we're mellowed out. We're so mellowed out.
请给我命令。小摸，不行。
Now I have 2 S ranks. Okay. Starlight, transform! Housekeeper? Oh, but it's physical damage. Sounds good, Nefer. Thank you for hanging out tonight. I'm just trying to decide right now if I want to move these W engines around. Seem to have like these very specific physical damage ones, but that doesn't help me for like the infusion. I'm too tired, guys. I want to keep going, but I can't. I physically just can't keep going. Ellen Joe, ladies and gentlemen. and my non-binary friends. We're Ellen Joeing it up. Shark Gang. It's Shark Week. All right, it's Shark Week. Cannon rotor. All right. I'm just gonna go to bed now. See you all later. Thank you all for being part of today's great adventure. And probably when I wake up, if I wake up before noon, we might do a little bit of streaming. But I'm at the end of my energy right now. Thanks again, everybody, for hanging out. I'll see you next time. You just listen to the Zenless menu music and just pass out. All right, see you next time. Bye-bye.